Check. Hey everyone, Lazy Ben. Right. So, I have been working on this content cache thing a little bit more. Let's look at the notes. So we are working on content cache hot loader. So the content cache is almost done. And then I have to, once it's done, I have to replace the old content cache throughout the editors in the engine. So I made this thing called options index. I might actually, this could be the index of any tuple. Really. So I might actually just change this. Not really have it bound to the options. And I can move it away from this file. We don't know the tuple there. Vanderg, hey, how's it going? Hope you're alright. And then we're going to have const expr size t tuple index v equals tuple index type tuple value, like that. And then this can actually go in PI common. Put it there. Fix the majority of the UI bugs, except for the text stuff. All the annoying, sometimes it breaks due to invalid state bugs. Oh yeah. Sounds like you're making progress though, which is good. Nice one. So select type can actually be possibly simplified now to return standard tuple element let's standard get tuple index v type tuple types. Believe that's it. I'm working on this content cache thing. So options index is actually tuple index. Tuple index v. This content cache has turned out to be quite meta programming-y, if that's a word. Worked on it a bit yesterday. Went a little bit crazy, I think, with the meta programming, but it's pretty good, pretty fast. So this options table now, we need to be able to compare them. That's the next job. Tuple size. Let's type in tuple. We need to be able to compare these option tables because we're going to be able to want to load. So this is like where you would say when you want to load an asset, you can give it some options. And the example I'm using is in the sprite sheet editor. We have this get image which uses this content cache, and then we can supply options. So we want to pre-multiply alpha this image, and this is a test option. So it's the same path. So we could get an image of the same path but with different options, and that needs to be a different element of the cache, even though it's got the same path. So what we want to do is be able to compare on path and options whether we want to put a new one in the cache or not. So that's the next thing. Which means that this needs to, when we supply these options, they've all got to get hashed, basically. Get rid of these compilers first. Can I convert VM a character system to type? Thought we could simplify this. Maybe we can't. It uses const qualifiers. Try that. soon as you can get these compilers out of the way, we can start working on that. Oh, it's hot today. And then we need to pull asset or editor asset types out of the build as well. We need to do that. SEO game controllers. Use of undefined type in tuple. Okay. It's because this is const. Sometimes we want const, sometimes we don't. Can we do one with const, one without? Oh, it's just going to get mixed up. Didn't mind that then. Which means we need to run. So if for each one of these asset options here, we need to be able to run hashes for them. Interesting, if it's got no members, what would be the hash code? How would that hash? That's interesting. Woot Dragon, hey, how's it going? Am I planning to release the game on Steam? Ooh, I haven't got that far yet, really. See how far it goes and how good it is first. If it's good enough, I probably will. Ask me that question in 2 years' time. SEO game controllers. Well, if this is going to cause me problems, I'm just going to put it back. Where are we? Compare with unmodified. We'll keep the actual index stuff in. but we will use this. Where were we? Reach a whole bunch of trolls are DMCAing. False DMCA. Oh, really? No, I haven't heard about that. Wow, crazy. Yeah, I wonder what they'll do about that. Yeah, I'll have a proper read later on. Thanks for the link. I'm just going to keep ploughing on with the game, and if it gets to a point where it's becoming good and I feel it's worth releasing, I'll release it. If it ends up not being good, well, I don't know. I might keep working on it, so maybe eventually one day it will get released, yeah. It's just right in the beginnings, so it's hard to say where it's going to go. PayPal cannot be used to buy games anymore. Wow, that's crazy. Cancelling games on Steam. Wonder why. Alright, that builds anyway. So what we want is an actual hash code. For the options table. But what I think the first thing I want to do is if we go to, just do it in here. Well, we'll do it in tick. I just want to go. I want to just hash 64. What was the option called? Just hash this and see what it looks like. Because this has got no members. PayPal is no longer usable for much of the world. Wonder why. This is obviously like a business deal that PayPal and Steam have that seems to have expired or something. to include PayPal as a payment platform. I've delisted. Yeah, so this is weird. So obviously, like, Steam pays PayPal quite a lot of money to have PayPal on that platform. Steam probably got sick of paying them because it's quite expensive, PayPal. I've had set up things that use PayPal and they are expensive. As a payment processor, they're one of the most expensive by quite a long way. Okay, I couldn't see that hash. Let's just turn that off. See if we can have a look at that hashing. See what it looks like. So the UK's Online Safety Act, Steam should be implementing that rather than PayPal. Steam should be doing an age verification check thing. Shouldn't be really anything to do with the payment processor, but maybe they're very strict about it as well. Maybe they just don't want to get... Because the thing is, like, with this Safety Act, the fines can be enormous if you don't... And I'm pretty sure the fines are like a percentage of turnover. So if you have these payment processors like Visa and PayPal, obviously their turnovers are absolutely enormous because they are collecting money on behalf of everybody. So they'd want to be really, really strict about not being fined a percentage of those turnovers. Yeah, interesting. So this is like... gonna hash one byte. Which is the letter O. So I'm not entirely sure that is going to be sufficient. I mean, it might be. To just hash this stuff. So the reason I'm hashing it is because we can get a unique hash code for the options. If we can hash all the options, I just have to make sure that they all hash, because there's nothing really to hash. That the hash is actually deterministic, basically. So that's 5950. 5950. So 914. So it's not really deterministic. Which means that we need to actually write a hasher for this. Which just looks like this. And that returns hash seed and type hash or hash code or whatever it's called of this. Now that should make it deterministic between runs of the game. Let's try that. The majority of the world can no longer use... I've never used PayPal to buy my Steam games though. Maybe a lot of people do. So they have their own online processing platform, their own payment platform. Yeah, so the payment platforms are not happy. It's because they're going to get blamed and fined by the government. Because they have such enormous turnovers, like I was saying, the fines are going to be enormous for them. They have very high turnovers versus profit margins. So it could wipe, it could be very damaging for them. So I get why they're being so strict about it. Okay, so we're just going to return the hash code of this, which should be deterministic. So 045, 045, 045, 045, and if we rerun it, zero for five, yeah, that's good. And then the test option should just hash deterministically. $147,000 signatures. Wow. Yeah, the government have gone well. Are you from the UK, Woot Dragon? Oh no, you're not. Are you from New Zealand? The government here have gone really strict on adult content online, and I think Australia are. So they're like doing things like banning children from using social media, and I think our government will probably follow suit. Actually, I mean, it's not a ban. They're preventing them from creating accounts, and they class YouTube as social media. So essentially, like, kids they can watch YouTube, but they can't have an account on YouTube. I think that's how it goes. 941941. Nine four one nine four one. So that is deterministic automatically. Yeah, you've just got to watch out for having no size or having size of 1. That is interesting. Yeah, from New Zealand. Yeah, I remember. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? The problem is, like with a lot of these things that the government do from a high level, is they're not going to work. You know, like, I get what they want to try and do, but it take 2 minutes for a 16-year-old to get around that. You know, in the same month, they made it legal for 16-year-olds to vote, but illegal for them to watch adult content online. It's like you give them, like, they can vote for the next prime minister, but they can't watch adult content online. It seems bizarre. You know, are they kids or aren't they kids? Surely if you can vote, you're not a kid. Surely. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Even though they are adults. Well, hopefully Steam has age verification. So you'll be able to appeal it with age verification. Hopefully. Yeah, interesting. So the thing is, like, if we put like a car value in, it would also be of size. Well, would it be? If we do something like struct foo rs equals 0, I wonder if we could write a little thing that would hash. It would hash things that are size 1 by using the hash code, by using the whatever it's called. Yeah, the hash code of the actual type itself rather than the data in the type. Could I write something that would automatically do that? Unless this ends up being size 1, which we can't. If this is like padded. No, it's size 1. So we can't do that, unfortunately. Working on hashes. You need some XXH, right? Yeah. So I'm going to... So I have this options table. So basically, like, when you want to load an asset from the content cache, you can supply a list of options, how you want it to be loaded. For instance, here you can say, like, when I get an image and we want some options, we want it to pre-multiply alpha the image, and then you can just list options. Right now, if something is unique in the cache if it has a unique path, which is the file path. But now it needs to be unique on file path and options, because we might want to load one image with pre-multiplied alpha and one image without pre-multiplied alpha, and they have to be two separate elements in the cache. So so you're going to have to hash these options to determine if they're different from other options. So that's what I'm working on. And all that's going to do is just run a hash through all of the separate options that you provide. And one of the things was, if you have options with nothing in them, they don't hash deterministically because there's no data to hash on. So you have to write a custom hasher which hashes on the hash code of the actual type, which is not to do with the data in the type, it's the actual name of the type, really. Excuse to use hash. Yeah. The actual hashing algorithm, I'm not writing. I could swap it for XXH3 if I wanted to. It's just like, basically going to end up with a number, a deterministic number, depending on the options you provide. Okay. So the options table now, so we've made some room for a hash code. The hash code has to basically do hash code equals hash 64 hash code, or just hash code options, like that. And the hash code actually has to be whatever the seed is. I want my hash. Use default seed. U64. So this will just run a hash on all of the options that I provide. What we probably want to do though is actually, this will depend on the order that you put them in. We don't really want to do that. So we want to go for each type in the options tuple, well, we'll just say this. We say if set t, we do that. This is just x. So we want to run it as a separate step, because this will mean we could supply these in any order, and it would still give, we'll test it anyway, but it should still give the same hash code. Want to know a library I use for strong hashes? Crypto PP, Crypto++. The size of it, massive. It's got loads of different hashes in it. Is this really, it's like a secure, but meant to be secure hashes for encrypting data. Cool. My hashes are meant really just for data integrity rather than encryption. So I don't do anything fancy. All right, that'll generate the hash code. So let's try and test this out. In the sprite sheet editor. So we'll just do these in the different orders for now. Just to remember the hash codes for each of them. Highway hash. No, I've not heard of that one. Ooh, cool. I don't really... They're all so big, aren't they? Like... Only my hashing is very small. This is it. This is the hash function that I use. It's only one function. I mean, it's implemented twice for some reason. Oh, once for wide. All right. Get rid of that. So what we're looking for is we want to be able to supply these. We're supplying the options in different order. You still want it to be the same hash though. Still got the same options on them, just in a different order. Okay. Ooh, I need to actually turn this JMC file back on. We've already built the options table. Oh wait, no. We're doing it here. We're building the options table now. So the hash code ended up being this. Oh, we missed it. And this hash code is this. So it's good. So we applied it in the different orders, but we got the same hash, which is what we want. Now we're just going to double check this is working. So we'll put 5 in there. So this is a different option. It's got different parameters to this one now, because we've said that x is equal to 5 instead of 4 in the test one. So this hash code is now this. And this hash code is still the same, which is good. So provided we put x is equal to 5 there instead of 4. So this would be a different option. Similarly, if we only included one option, that should be a different hash code. Check out all those hashes. SM hasher. Whoa. Crazy, man. So many different hash functions. Meow hash. That's Casey Miratari's hash. So you know Handmade Hero, don't you? The guy who did Handmade Heroes wrote a hash function called meow hash. Molly Rocket is his company. Casey Miratari, yeah. Awesome. Some nice hash, bro. So I'm looking for my hash function has to be fast. If you can find me a simple one that's faster than whatever I'm using. FNV1A. The fastest hash functions on X6 without quality problems are rapid hash, XXH3 low, Y hash Umash, half time hash 128 spooky. Rapid hash seems fast if you give it a name like rapid hash. Very fast, high quality, platform independent. And it's one file. Yeah, it's gonna be it's not gonna be as fast as FNV1A. It might be higher quality, but I'm not looking for super high quality really. I'm just looking for it to be fast. I mean, it definitely will be high quality. Cool. Use them all. Yeah, I mean, it's quite fun to like go through and time them and stuff like that, for sure. Okay, I'm convinced that that's fine. So now we have a way to compare the options table. So we will just write a comparator for it. And we just return the hash code is equal to the other's hash code. So now we can compare options tables. Right. So when we actually get the content, when we make a new one, the editor asset type needs an options table in it as well. Afraid what's going to happen to Steam at the moment. I think Steam will be fine. I wouldn't worry. I don't think it would harm the games industry though to have more than one dominant game platform. But I think Steam will be fine. So this is what do we call it? Asset option storage. So I might just call it, yeah, I'll call it asset option storage. Options. So now we're comparing on we're going to kind of get rid of that now. So this is arg.path is equal to path and arg.options is equal to options. So now we're actually comparing on the path on the options. It's probably going to be actually faster to compare on the options first. So path hash. We could compare on the path hash actually. So we could do auto path hash plus hash 64 path. Depends if we can actually compare an option store. I only actually did the actual comparator on the table. See if you can work it out. That seems to be fine. So I'm just going to actually hash the path there. So that's just two integers. Two integer comparisons there. And obviously when we do this, we actually need to supply the options. So they've got to have the same path and the same options to be unique. So let's see what happens there. To press F11 quite a few times too. So here we go, we're comparing the hash codes. So they have the same options. So if you look at the actual set there, they're both false, so there's no options set. So I'm actually looking for, this is the sprite sheet. Okay, so this is going to be the image. So we do have options set on this. There's nothing in there. There's nothing in the assets anyway. So if the file exists, we've got both of those options set there. It's not very good in IntelliSense for that. We could actually work on that as well. There we go. If it's pre-multiply alpha, then we pre-multiply alpha. In the test option, we just get it, which is 4. Okay, so what I want to do is do another one. Where we do pre-multiply alpha. So we do one with pre-multiply alpha and one with not pre-multiply alpha. And what we need to do is we want to make sure that create two different elements in the cache. So you're more focused on the engine than the final game. I'll go through phases where I'll concentrate on the game and then concentrate on the engine. Probably. So focus will be split between both of them. The engine work will eventually kind of come to an end. There'll be enough done in the engine to make games. And then it will all be games after that, I presume. And little bits of engine work when I get bored of game dev. The engine's like kind of, it's nearly there really, in terms of where I want it to be. What I don't want to do now, because I'm getting to the end of pre-production on the game, the prototyping, I don't want to go full blown into the game development when the engine's not ready, because sometimes you change things in the engine which might break parts of the actual game, and if you've already got a big game built, that's going to be quite a nightmare. So I'm just going to spend a little bit of time like doing this content cache. Like the main goal for this content cache is to make it easy to add a new asset type. So if a game needs a new asset type for any reason, and make it easy for the hot loader to work, integrate the new asset type with the hot loader and everything. That's the main goal for this. But there's not much else to do on the engine now after this. Yes, I'm trying to just get the engine to a point where the chance of me having to go back and change something is low. It will inevitably happen. But there's things that could be improved first. Like adding a new asset type is a big one. Other than fixing, like there will be bugs that I'll have to go back and fix, but what I don't want to do is have to go back and remake an entire system. Vanberg. 96%, well done. Brilliant. Yeah, I can redesign gameplay systems, that's fine. What I don't want to do is have to refactor or change big engine systems. Like the content cache is a pretty fundamental system, which I wouldn't want to change if I was a year into a development of a game. Definitely. Percentage of how many scripts files from the game for an error. Right, brill. So that's really good. That's really close then. Okay, cool. All right. So this is us now. So we've got options. Unfortunately, there's not very good navvis for the options. We'll make some good navvis for them. There's no options set. So we're going to make one. No pre-multiply alpha. And this one should have pre-multiply alpha set. The second option, even though it doesn't say it's pre-multiplied alpha, it does. It is, that's what it is. There you go, so we're going to make a new one. So, got two assets in. They do have the same ID, which is possibly... So the ID actually for the image so pre-multiply alpha may actually need to change the ID because it's a different actual image file then. So how are we generating the ID? We're hashing the buffer. We're going to do that again. So we're remaking the buffer there. I'm at the stage where it has all the main logic, just small bugs. Yeah, that's brill. So you're probably in like alpha. You're in the alpha. So pre-multiplying an alpha an image will make it, give it a new ID, which it should do because pre-multiplying alpha an image or whatever you'd say, however you'd say that, changes the pixels. So they do need two separate IDs. So this one should have pre-multiply alpha set. It does. So the assets IDs 564730. Cool. Okay, so NatVis for these options. What is it? It's not game.config, game.natviz. VM. So option storage. Okay. So we really want the count there of how many options are set. So we could actually calculate this in here, or we could put that as a member. So size T count. So this is just count equals size of options. And then the NatVis will just have condition count equals 0. I think that's it. Don't quite know how we're going to get the names of the options. So now it says options empty. So its count is 1. So obviously we just need to list the options there. thing about tuples is you've kind of got to do this, which is a bit annoying. It would be expand item so could get rid of that for a sec. So the asset options table itself has the options tuple. Doesn't have a list of options though. Blah is undefined. I wonder if we could do something like we can't. I wonder if we could do this. Could have a separate structure where we store the names. Fan's building a Pokemon script disassembler, I think. How does type ID work? Ah, it's a function. So we could just have an array of names as well. So this would be something like names. And this would be names. Like this. Oops, what did I do there? Okay, so let's just look at that. And this is really going to be only a NatVis thing. Probably, just so we can get the names out. If it's set. So we just have to loop through in the NatVis file, and if it's set, output the name. There we go. There we go. Asset option pre-multiply alpha images. So okay, cool. Aren't too worried about the game itself at this stage. No. I think the game's going to be pretty good. It's a lot of work. There's a lot of work ahead for it. But that's what I like doing, so it's fine. I'm looking forward to it. It starts in September, really, so end of the month. As soon as I get this content cache done, I'm going to start on creating the real UI for the game. So, graphics, lots of graphics programming. Make something look awesome. That's going to be fun. NatVis. So let's have a look at. So we want a loop. Basically, like this. And that's I. initial value is 0. Break condition I is equal to count. And then we're just going to do I. Just we don't really need it to be a custom item list. Doing wrong here. I need to be synthetic, probably. Need to expand as well. What's going on here? Variable is let's just go through a different loop. That one's a bit more of a complicated loop. I mean, they're all quite complicated, really. Let's copy all this. So we don't really want to hide the raw view. Just want to go I equals count. And we'll just say I plus plus. Ah, look. Okay, there we go. Options. So we don't need this synthetic thing. Oops. You don't need two expands. There we go. That's what I want. We've been stuck in development hell. Yeah, that doesn't happen so much when you're a solo dev. I don't think. That's more a team thing. Okay, so we're going through, looping through nothing at the moment. We actually want to loop through names dot size. Has no member size apparently, so it must be it. Size comes from there. Okay, we need to know how standard array works in that viz. So we've got it right there. Oops, I've clicked the wrong thing there. Shut that. It's probably because it's opened it in here. Standard. It can actually reference T2, you see, which we cannot do. So we can't just put size there because I don't think that viz can evaluate functions. Well, what that we can put cap there. So we could do enum size T cap standard tuple size V of the options tuple. We'll do that. And then that gives us a cap that we can put in the nat-viz. To loop over. And then we can say if condition set I item name names I. Let's try that. There we go. So we want to actually display that as a proper string. Don't know how, I've forgotten how you do that. How do you do that? SB. There it is. So there we go. Have our options. Struct, asset option, pre-multiply alpha images. And then, so let's double check that. We'll send a test option in as well. I think development hell is kind of like you're spending a lot of money and a lot of time on making something. It's not going anywhere. And you're constantly having to restart it because it's never going anywhere. And you get stuck in this iterative loop that never goes anywhere. That doesn't tend to happen if you're on your own because you get to work on the stuff you want to work on all the time. And if something's not working, you just change it. It's much simpler. 2 options, test option and pre-multiply alpha images. Brill, okay. That's it, that's the navviz done. So maybe next we want to do this thing. Destruct and remove the asset at the end of the frame. So what I might do is make a cup of coffee and then we'll tackle this. I think that's kind of it for this options stuff. So now we can just specify. I thought about doing this as flags, but I quite like the idea of classes because then they can have state themselves and methods and things like that, which you might want in the future. So I may as well just set that up now. Alright, take 2 minutes, make a cup of coffee, and then we will tackle what happens when we want to remove something from the cache. Wherever that's gone. Here. Alright, I'll be back in 2 minutes. So this bit of code we wrote the other day, I wrote the other day, and it just gets called when an asset is considered old. Each asset type can decide if it's old or not. At the moment, anyway. So what we need is for the asset type to actually have a where are we? So this is the one for the image. I might need to neaten this up a bit so I can find where everything is. Have something like destruct one as well. Like that. And maybe we pass in the options as well. And this is just like, what are you going to do with this asset? When it needs to be removed from the cache. With this asset. Okay, so we'll put a breakpoint there and we'll just try and get the code to end up in there. So we want to go if const expr editor asset desk has destruct one for the type. We haven't written yet. Call it can construct one, so we'll call it can destruct one for now. And that's basically this. Asset options doesn't return anything. And we're not going to tag on if it's an editor either, because editors can't. We're not going to destroy editors. We're only going to destroy big assets like images and sounds and stuff. And that's it, really. Destruct one. What we want to do is we want to go this is actually asset, not container. If we can destruct one, we just want to go asset destruct one. It's the desk that has destruct one on it. So it's asset desk dot destruct one, asset content, asset options. I think. Okay, let's run that anyway. So this is going to get fired. If we just do this. Oof, nope. Oh, we don't want to delete it. We didn't create it. That was a separate thing. So if we do this, oh, I didn't even rebuild that change, which is unfortunate. There's the asset editor. Or is it on the container? It's actually on the container. It's container. Desk. That's what we want. And I think this is this as well. Well, that's working on the actually working on the actual type rather than the asset, the editor asset type. So in theory, we just end up in here. And then we have to decide what we want to do when we want to destroy this image. I think we just call p-image release. I think that's kind of... We need to actually remove it from the residency as well, because it might be on the GPU. And we want to actually remove it off the GPU as well. Well, let's just check if we actually get there first. That's not a good sign. There's no code there. It's because we spelt it wrong. Try that again. Not a good sign that there was no breakpoint. If there's no breakpoint there, it means that the compiler compiled it out. Okay, so we're getting proper errors now. Okay, that was good. Okay, so if we close this and it doesn't crash, eventually, so now it's like, right, now we need to remove it. What p-image is. So this is p-image release. What we also want to do is remove it off the residency. Remove texture. Is it remove? Is it remove image? Is remove texture? That's p-image get ID. So we want to actually follow that down and check that we actually remove it off the GPU as well. Not quite sure how this works. So it says stale textures to add ID. So we got 340. So who else is using stale textures in the pipeline? So it's here. So we call them release device dependent resources. That's it. That's it. So we're not actually removing stale textures though. She's getting called every frame. that's getting called every frame. Basically, that's why. So we destroy it. So this has to actually happen on the end of the frame. I would say. So we need to find it back again by ID, really. So it'd be something like on end frame. Need to get that back out, so asset equals container where arg.id is equal to in the ID. We might have a where first, you know. I need to make one of these myself because I'd rather like have a where first. My Fu Manchu, how's it going? Hope you're alright. You made it a decent time today, rather. Was it 5 PM on Tuesday, I think, or something? You came to the stream. Hope you're doing alright. Hope you've not got 400 files of code to review today. In a bad few days. Oh, that's unfortunate. Are you working right now? It's nothing better than if you're having a bad couple of days to code something fun. But maybe you're not doing that if you're working, I'm not sure. So what we have to do now is we have to say this a view, and then we have to go if view, if not view empty. Auto first equals view.front. I have to do this at the moment, which I don't really like. Just 20 files. Oh dear. Oh dear. Need to get him to read the design principles, or her. Do you have like a document? Do you have it like a place where they can go to read this stuff? Alright. Container is fixed in memory. So that's totally fine. want to add in more containers. Assets are not, though. So if we're going to do this on the end of the frame, we need to make sure we re-find the asset at the end of the frame rather than just pass it through by pointer, because, or by reference, because it might have been potentially moved. Business just wants the next thing. Ah, okay. So do you provide these SDKs to games developers, to games companies? Is that the business model? Yeah, okay. SDK. And what does it do? There's only one asset in it anyway. And that's the one we want to destruct. So we're at the end of the frame now. And we also want to remove it from assets. So we want to do... So what we might do is we might make destruct one be bool. Because you might not actually want to destruct it. A real-time save system. So allows a developer to keep saving the game state and then create playable snippets. Ah, right. That's interesting. So that's like a general purpose. That's quite a difficult challenge, that. To make it general purpose, I mean. So like an SDK. Does that mean you have to control all of their memory allocations? All of their inputs and stuff? So you can reload memory state back. I've seen systems like that before, but never general purpose. Always kind of bespoke for that engine, where you do have control over all that stuff. Or maybe it's not done in C++, maybe it's an SDK for a scripting language, I'm not sure. Not just check a box. Yeah. Yeah, the way I've seen it done before is you have a memory page or a memory arena. You have some area in memory which is like your working set of memory. And you basically, your entire game state is in there. And when you want to make new memory, you make it out of there. And then you have a second system which is recording all of the game's inputs. You know, in succession like this. And then you basically have a stamp of all state, which you can basically scroll through if you're recording time and stuff like that. But it's hard if you're going to do it general purpose. Yeah, exactly, yeah. That's what I mean. That's why it's so hard. You can't actually control the memory. I've also seen it done with scripting. But that obviously requires that the developer use that scripting language. You know, if it's for gameplay, that might be satisfactory. I'm not sure. Because obviously if you're using scripting, you can control like everything, can't you? Wow, that's an ambitious thing to try and do. To try and make it robust as well. It's hard for me to think how you might do that without literally telling the SDK all the time what you're doing. Because of the practices. Have a mess of unfinished stuff. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Woot Dragon was just talking about development hell. I don't know if you're quite there yet, but there is definitely is a stage where nothing's working. And it's frustrating. So say if I had like an array of anything, and then I wanted your SDK to load back that array, how would that work? Or is it a secret? Yeah, okay, send it to the SDK. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Can you not like... Okay, this is me like jumping in with no knowledge at all of what you're doing really. But could you not just say like, ask the SDK for a block of memory and then you do stuff in that memory? Could you not do that? I mean, you'd wrap it all up with templates. So it'd be like, push on an array of 50,000 game entities, but you'd do it through your SDK. Sending only data that changed. You're doing things like address, like address sanitizer techniques, where you have like shadow bytes, so you can keep a table of what bytes have been changed, or what parts of the state have been changed. Maybe. But then if you're not controlling memory, you probably can't do that. Sounds like a really interesting problem, actually. Sounds complicated. What I do is I have a serialization system. So like, if you create an object, if you create a class in the engine, you can specialize a type. So for animation track. So this is for animation track. So you specialize a type, right? This could be part of your SDK. And then your SDK would use these objects. And this just serializes stuff to binary. So I use this for all sorts, but one of it is like the undo redo system, which is the same as restoring a state. So you basically like, you keep a hash code of the buffer, and then when you when you push something on to an undo redo, you obviously append onto that hash code with the new stuff you're pushing on. And then you have like, this was the last saved state and this is the current state, and then it's changed just by pushing something on to the buffer. It's changed. would think like that. Sign means SDK can't. Oh, okay. Yeah. Difficult, innit? Yeah, if you've got like legacy design decisions. Because this is a really nice system because the user of the SDK could make these. Anything they want to save. And it's recursive, so like name is obviously a string. But string has one of these. Somewhere. As a binary serializer for a string. Couldn't tell you where it is, but it has one. So like you can just save strings directly in yours. You don't have to worry about how a string is saved. And then you can have little shortcuts like S32 obviously doesn't need to be any kind of specialized serialization because it's just flat data. But anything that's just flat data, I have a different one, which is like trivially binarily serializable, which means that you don't have to do anything. It's just flat data. Let's accommodate business decisions. Yeah, difficult. Yeah, man. Well, good luck with it. I hope it's working. Have you got? Is it actually working? Even under like certain conditions, not even general purpose. The problem with specifying strings, if you go through your entire game state every frame. Those strings need to be translated to some ID and searched for. Yeah, if you had to search. So this is a bit of a different system, I suppose. This saves the game state out as a block of memory. And then this reads it back in again. So you create restore points. So like if I wanted to do something, like say I'm wanting to like change a string, then when I hit enter on the text box, it pushes an undo redo state, which serializes out the game state basically. And then when I press Control Z, it gets that block of memory and unserializes it back. Just like an undo redo system would do. Just basically exactly the same as that. Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah. Just living with a big code base, isn't it, I suppose? And then what I have is different, because obviously like serializing the entire game state out for every change is quite a lot of work, or could be. I have it split into, I call them layers. So you're only serializing out the layer that you're working on. So like in the sprite sheet editor that I'm working on now, that has its separate layer. So when I save something on the sprite sheet editor, it's not actually serializing out any of the other editors or anything. It's on a separate layer. So it keeps it quick because you're only kind of serializing out a subset of the data you need. And because you're working on that data, when you press undo, that's the data that you want to change anyway, that you want to undo anyway. So yeah, I'll try and catch your stream. I have to stay up late. I will. All right. So this is called destruct one. This was going to return a boolean, wasn't it? because we might not actually want to destroy it. We might want to say like, no, don't destroy it, please. That returns a bool now. So we can say if destruct one container value remove. We don't have the value though, fortunately. To remove. So we really need other ID. It's just first. And what we'll do is we won't do it on ID. We'll do it on the actual. I'll say itself. All right. Right now, the SDK is very limited in what the optimization can do because requirements of the backend. Okay. You know, the backend side, yeah. Those are problems. It sounds like you need to kind of start again. Like, obviously you can't because it's a business. Often that's the case though, innit? It's like you get very far into something and you realise that decisions that you made early on are hurting you now, and if you could go and do it all again, obviously that costs you too much money. But if it's an SDK and it's a product that you're trying to sell, like, it has to be good. So you make more money over the next 10 years, maybe starting again, than you would trying to sell a product that's got problems. Think of a next version. Yeah. You've probably heard of Rad Game Tools, haven't you, if you're working for Epic? They were like tools, SDK authors for the game industry with a really good reputation and a really good bunch of programmers as well. Yeah, that's crazy. It seems crazy, doesn't it? Like, to want to start a business in an industry you've got no experience in. Seems strange. I'll create a product. Really? You need to write, you need a proposal of what you would do. Suppose you've already done that. Write a proposal of all the changes you would make and how much it would cost. Time and money. games don't work like that. Yeah. It's better for them though, isn't it? Like if they take your advice, someone who has experience, because if you're trying to sell an SDK into the games industry and the games developers are going to be like, what is this? Why are they doing it this way? They just won't use it if they don't agree with the way it's being done. They're picky, aren't they? They're picky people. They want good performing, well designed SDKs. That was the first few months. Don't trust me yet. Yeah. You need to tell them about rad game tools then. And you need to get them to get a couple of their, or just get, I mean, I don't know if you can do this anymore because they did get bought by Epic and it might have all gone in-house or not. But you used to be able to buy a license to their source code and show them, this is what the level we need to be at. If you're going to compete in that industry. Yeah. Yeah, upper management, isn't it, really? Okay, so we're going to do that. We're going to do that. We're hopefully going to remove it. It's got 0 assets in it anymore, so we removed it. And then if we load it back, it breaks, which is awesome. No sprite sheets. Because focus sprite sheet didn't get reset. So do we have an empty? So we didn't actually delete the sprite sheet. Okay, let's see what happens here then. So we're not actually deleting the thing anymore. That might cause some problems. So all the items that I trust in. Okay. Turn to the same old ways. Yeah. At least you get to control the quality of the code that goes in. Though, that is good. Alright. Where does closed editor come from? Close button pressed. So it calls on reset, which is sprite sheets.empty. We might need to do more, you know. I don't know if we do need to call on reset. anymore. So we might want to remove that. Well, who's calling this? Now we're keeping all the editors alive forever. Yeah. Sometimes by the time I see something, it's too late. Yeah. Lots of challenges. Interesting problem that you're working on. That's good. That's a good thing. Yeah. I don't know if we want to do actually even try reset. So this is if you want to like paste over the top of an original editor. So this needs to kind of work a little bit differently, I reckon. All right, I'm going to do something crazy and take all this out. Now I've got this content cache, I might not need to do all this stuff. Flipping the table and rage quit. Yeah, don't do that. Just have a cup of tea. Chill out. Take a deep breath. There's a bunch of stuff in here actually. Okay, let's just begin. Well, no, let's not do that. Let's just take out try reset. Window on closed. If it couldn't reset, it shows it again. So that just is visible, it's false. So this needs to change. These actually need to go through editor window. For both of those. The idea behind that is it's going to splat over the current editor. Don't need to do that now. Now I've got this content cache. To be fair, like, I don't know if I even use these buttons, so I could take them out. Could take them out. Maybe. I already flipped mine. Don't flip the table because it's got your expensive monitors on it, and maybe your PC. You'll regret that one. Need to hack something for games, con. Oh, right, okay. Yeah, so I've been through that actually. Yeah, that's rubbish. Because then you end up with like loads of little hacky bits in, don't you, that stay there because they work. Storm Ben's place and flip the table. I've never flipped a table in my life. So we could just take out these buttons. Do we even ever use them? Apparently they're still there. What's going on there then? Did that not even get built? Visual Studio's having a problem with these incremental builds. Do you actually need to do this? No. There's something that I need to put into the mono build thing. Where is it? There. Edit estate types. Editor asset types. Be very expensive for Woot Dragon to storm my place because he lives like 12,000 miles away. Look, it's not built it. That's annoying. That's a game idea, table flipper. It's a good VR game. It would make a good VR game, wouldn't it? There we go, there's a bunch of problems with the code and he didn't even pick them up before. Try reset. Yep, that can go. So who's calling load from file? Who's calling show on all these things? Oops. So editor window. I wonder if anyone is calling these shows. This is the cutscene editor. This is where I would like that references thing that C# has. Don't know if you can actually do that in Visual on C++. Let's go to the sprite sheet editor. Show. This might actually be in caught bitget. So on the left panel here, we do have some things like, and what would it be? It would be in the game board editor. The left panel, paint mode. So we just get the editor window and we call open on it. So I don't know if any of these shows even get used. Which would be lovely. Because if they don't, that must get used. Let's get this building and we'll take out these show. See if anyway is actually see if there's any compile errors because of it. So first thing I'm going to do is delete this show. So this actually focuses a tile as well, which I know I do sometimes. I might actually do it in 2 calls. Rather than just call show with the focus tile ID, whoever wants to focus the tile might just call set focus tile directly, hopefully. That's what it should do. That's alright, it built the engine. So that means none of the other editors were calling that. So what I might do is remove the shows from the actual base class. Well, it doesn't look like there is a show. That passes in the file name. Okay, so basically all of these I want to get deleted. Oh, there's only two. Set current room apparently doesn't work. Also, load from file as well. So let's try and get away with not having that in. Go around the office flipping tables. Yeah. Rage Quitter Simulator. It's funny. It'd be like, you have like Chef Simulator, but it'd just be running into people's offices and flipping all the tables over. And then like the high score could be like how many dollars damage you do to the office. So who's calling load from file? No one. Which is nice. Don't want that. Trigger rage quits. Yeah. It's a hit. Oh, there's a lot of stuff in here. Need to send some of these into the CPP file. Simpsons Hit and Run. Just check if it didn't like cause a bunch of crashes. Look, that's the texture being removed, which is lovely. Let's open it back up again. Delete it again. That's the texture being removed. Let's open up a different type of editor. Open room. And then we can open the sprite. That all still works. That's banging. It's a bit slow. It's slow because it's actually trying to load that in again. So this is the idea that is old. This is actually quite a lot of quite a lot of big textures to load this. We'll leave it like that for now. This is it now, because we've got these options. This is how we can solve that problem. So what's happening is that I'm tabbing away from it and it's unloading the texture. But I don't want to do that. What I want to do is I want to say that the texture, I could put an option like the texture's part of the sprite sheet. And then we'd have to just check if that sprite sheet's there. That's a good thing to test. Test out this options thing. So we can do make an option. Struct image is part of sprite sheet, like this. Right, image belongs to editor, and then we can just pass in the editor path like that. And this is actually option.editor path. And now we can say that this image belongs to an editor. So then, on the sprite sheet editor, and do get image. And show image belongs to editor. Path. Not path. Current. Oh, we don't know what editor it is. Okay, current path. Like that. Which means we know now. Okay, we don't want to release it if this editor is open. Who's calling get name? Let's see if I can get away with deleting this. Don't really know what is using that. Is it only there? Oh. So we're saying that, so this is quite slow. We have to load an image to get its name, which is not very great. So this is saying that it's trying to ID a sprite sheet, basically. By the image that's there. Could just do it on the path, which means you have two of the same path. Sprite sheets, I think, probably need a focus ID, don't they? That's what they need. I think this is the only thing that getting name is being used for. So we want focused ID. Focus ID. And then we'll save the focus ID out as well, just below path. The question is that going to, when we read it, set it to 0? We'll see. This is just .focus ID. And we don't need get name. Okay, so these need default constructors, these options. So this is getting the image without the editor. Now then, is the content browser an editor? It is not. So we might make a new one just for now. Opt-ref image. Get image 2. I don't want to name it the same thing just yet because I'll get rid of my compile errors. But we don't pass in this option. Or, yeah. We might make that actually optional. I'm not sure. We might do 2. We might do 1. I'm not sure. So this is get image 2 for the time being. It's the editor. Okay, cool. Where to get image 2, we'll rename to get image now. And then what we want to do here then in the editor types is we only want to actually do it. I'm going to say if options is set image belongs to editor, we need to just check that the editor that it belongs to which is the editor path, check that that is not open currently. So get editor window. Do we have anything? So what do we have here? We should have an array of editors. So we just want all editor is open path. So we're going to go for auto ed in editors. If ed get current path equals path, return true. That's if the editor is open. So you're going to say if get editor window, editor is open, option editor path. So if the editor window is open, we actually want to return false. We don't want to destroy it. And then after this, assuming this works, we need to make the distance field part of the content cache. So a sprite sheet has a distance field in it if it's a light. Currently that is inside the sprite sheet. Really it needs to get from the content cache again. Yeah, I want to check that. So focus IDs. Check that this is not going to screw it up. Looks like it did. So it's going to go for now. Did it save it? I don't want it to have actually saved over anything. So if constexpr standard is same v layout default layout right here. We just want to write in the focus ID. We don't want to read it out right now, because that was screwing it up. And then we'll remove this code. We'll save the sprite sheet with the new focus ID in it. Probably need to load all the sprite sheets up and save them all. Did they try and destroy something there? What is it trying to destroy? So there's two. So we created one. We created two. Why did we create two of them? They've got different options, apparently. Image belongs to editor. Pre-multiply alpha. So the content cache must have created one. It's the same ID. Okay. So what do we want to do about ID? ID has to be mixed with options. Okay, so we can't do that. We need so we're going to rename this content ID, and then we're going to have U64 get ID. It's going to be return hash 64 content ID with the options, or the options dot hash code. And that is the ID. This is just the content ID. This is get ID is equal to the other get ID. I think you can do ROID equals set dot get ID actually. I think that's the thing. How do you do this? We want to know declare variable in lambda capture. So you don't even have to tell what type it is. That's crazy. So this is content ID. This is also content ID. All right, so that should have fixed that problem there. So we had two assets with the same ID there, because they had the same image but different options. Okay. Let's just run this, check it's fixed. So this one's come. This is a sprite. Come from the sprite sheet editor. Cool, because the editor's not open anymore. So let's open. What did we do? We did cutscene first. Then we open the room. And then we click that, and then we open the sprite. And then when we close this, we do want to call, but we don't want to actually. Does belong to the editor though. Ah. I think that's probably going to be okay. Oh, it was to do with chain. It wasn't to do with closing it. That's it. So it is going to be old, but it's just not going to delete it. That means if we go back, it's still there. It doesn't. Yeah, that's the thing that was causing the problem. So good, that's fixed. So what is the next thing we're going to do again? Totally forgotten. Oh yeah, it was texture, it was the light. So in a sprite sheet, we have something called sprite sheet lighting. And sprite sheet lighting, it's got a bunch of layers, and each layer has got a texture in it. The distance field. Oh. Right. This texture needs to get loaded by the content cache. Right now we're loading it here. We're writing it out and loading it here. Yeah, interesting. We could actually have the content cache write to disk as well. So we'll work on this texture. I'll take a 2-minute break, get more coffee. And right now what it does is it reads it into an image and then copies it over into the distance field, which we could do. Ideally, it'd be handy to move it, really. We'll see. Anyway, 2-minute break. Okay. So this is a new asset class. So it's next asset texture next IMF, what do we call it, IMF 32. Like that. I don't know if that's to be forward declared or not. We need one of these for texture. You know what, I'll just copy and paste it from the image. Kind of similar, almost the same. This is just texture ID. Compass 9A, what's up? Con, how's it going? Hope you're alright. Get a release there as well. I wonder if that actually does release residency as well, so we don't actually need to do that there. Getting really finally start making graphic. Oh, nice one. Yeah, have a lot of fun with that. Okay, so in theory that's all we need to do. And then when we're doing this, we've got this, look, put texture in the content cache. So we need to go cc get, just to test it, texture, layer dot distance field path. And let's see, this is like us adding a new content type on top of the old content cache system now. cc get is part of content cache 2, so let's just temporarily include content cache 2. I make graphics. Yeah, what are you going to make first? What are you going to try and do? So this kind of needs separating out. All I kind of want is a file with these and these descriptions in. I mean, it's not too bad. Textures are actually lazy loaded as well. We need to actually put that in there, which we didn't do. To be fair, everything's probably lazy loaded. Oh no, the editor stuff isn't. It might actually be better to say what is not lazy loaded. Because I think most stuff's going to be lazy loaded. In fact, I might do that. Get this working, then we'll swap that over. I haven't built. Okay, well, we'll swap it over now then. So we're going to say is not lazy loaded. Is we're just going to say for now we'll remove that. It's not lazy loaded if it's editor asset type. And it might be better call it something else now. Is loaded at startup. And the content cache probably does need to so if there's no can construct one or not is loaded at startup. And I may as well rebuild everything because that didn't work. That build. And what we're looking for is now this to go all the way through the content cache. And we'll load it in the content cache. And if we can load it in the content cache, then we'll just remove the actual distance field. texture there. We'll remove it. We'll just get it from the path from then on. My only concern is saving it out. This obviously saves it out as well. What we really need to do is have the content cache be able to save out assets to disk. So here we go. So I'm hoping we go here. Okay, so we've got the texture, which has got nothing in it. It's the new texture. We've got the path we want to load it from, which is the correct file format. And then so what we're doing is we're wanting to load a texture with an ID. Whatever it was. So we want to pass in the layer ID. So we need an option for that. Which is struct asset uses ID. Like that. And then we can say if auto ID equals options so it's actually return options get so it uses ID no it's not, we can't do that. Bamberg still hit CPP libraries. I will migrate to Python. 98%, nearly at the 100% then. So this is kind of something that this is something that all of them could potentially use. So we might want to wrap this. Probably will do. How do we want to do this then? Do it directly in the options. So we could say so ID So it uses ID. Well, we want to do this really. Well. And this is options ID value or p new get ID. So we could do that, or we could actually do it from the outside. So we could do this. Reach 100%. Super hype. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Nice one. Might do it on the outside. And I won't do this. This is a bit weird because it's asking for a specific option. It's here really, it's when we pass it in. So this needs to have a constructor really now. So this is an asset type pointer. And that's path, it goes to path. Content ID goes to how does this work? The desk. We just do this. So the content goes to content. These are options. And we want to go ID equals options get I'm going to do last used frames, frame count, that. Okay, so this is asset V, P new, desk, construct one. The options. Basically, it's just that. And then the other place we're doing it is set path. That. So as long as I've got them in the right order. That should be fine. That seems to be fine now. So now what that means is we can stick a breakpoint there. If there's an option to use the ID, we just set the ID to it. And then we don't have to worry about doing it here. It may or may not be good. I might be like, why am I not getting the correct ID? Content ID. One day. We'll see. Okay, so to make this actually now work, we can actually do set uses ID. ID is the layer ID. And we'll if zero this out. So we're also loading in the light file. That could come from the content cache as well. Not yet though, but it could. And we may as well just remove this. So that's kind of this type of thing where this is the path. And this is P new load from memory. like this. Raw texture reader. Reader. Standard move reader. Return. Okay, so here's the thing. That should maybe be optional as well. So I'm going to actually make this can construct one. Standard optional U64. So these initializes return bool. They do, I think. So we can say if so if we can't read the image out of the from the file, we can't return the ID. And then the content cache does this construct one. Not content ID, we should do pool.free. pnew. And a pool free pnew. So if we can't do it for any reason, the memory straight back to the pool. Whoops. And then when we actually, assuming we do get to this stage where we're actually placing an editor asset, if the asset's meant to use a specific ID, we get it from there. Specific content ID. Ooh, I wonder if actually it's the ID rather like this ID rather than the content ID. Okay, so what that means is that that's probably what we actually want. Is that get IDs, we have to go if auto ID options get asset uses ID. Should probably just call it option. It's probably that actually. Okay, so we'll stick these down here. And now we have kind of a unique ID. We could extend the content cache. And we want to get things, we can get it by ID rather than by path. And that obviously can't take options. That is literally just a get by ID, which has to scan the entire content cache. That might be something that we need to implement. Okay, so now we can say we're going to use the layer ID. So we're going to return 333. And when we place it, so the content ID is 333, but we're wanting to use the ID 11. So it uses ID. Oh, no, that's wrong. We actually need to see inside the option. So that's the NatVis thing. So that is actually that, and the value. Ooh, how do we get the value? Can we do standard get? Can we do this? I standard get. I don't know if we can do this. This is a function. Tuple. The best we can kind of do, option like tuples are a little bit weird really, is we say that's number 3, so we've got to go to the options tuple 3, which and that's the ID. It's just a shame I can't get it out of the tuple itself. It would be lovely if Natviz could execute code like your own function calls. Anyway, that's the ID 812 that I want it to use. So maybe we could put the options tuple in. we just put item. And that's what we do. So you can see, so what we want is, I suppose, these the other way around. That's option 3. How does STL's nappies do this? Could kind of do this type of thing. Let's try this. And then can we say condition set 0. $108. My base. My base is undefined, it says. So we need to make a my base like we did here. In gameplay systems. So it's this. But it's for content cache options. My base is not a member of standard tuple, it says. How does this work again? It's not there. Because we need to cast it to that's it. I think my base has got to be the type of that. No, I don't know. Let's see. Maybe there is no such thing as my base. Maybe it's just options tuple. Oh yeah, no, it's going up the inheritance there. Okay. Where's SOA my base? Type my base. So it's got to be options tuple my base like that. With a lowercase b, that's probably where I'm going wrong. Oh, nice one. 99.06%. Nearly there. Let's just rename that. Just a few undocumented functions left. Wow, that's really cool, man. Really cool. The very obscure part. Oh yeah. Awesome. Glad you're nearly there. Well, you're nearly halfway there. I suppose you've got to do the assembly bit next. Fix it for the 100%. Cool. Okay. It has no member options tuple, it says. That's on line 108. $109. $109. I think this is options tuple, right? A little more than AI save you up for the boilerplate stuff. Cool. ChatGPT has dementia. Yeah. Yeah, nice one. Nice one. So this is maybe the address of options tuple. Let's just delete these for now. Oh, it liked that. Did it like that? 109. My base, my base. Let's remove these conditions. So it's doing 108. It's getting 108, all right. $109. Name followed by must be a class or namespace. Line 21. Row 21. Call 21. So it doesn't like me doing that. For some reason. He doesn't mind that one, so we've kind of got it really. How do we get the name again? Curly braces. It's actually named 0. That's not working, man. It doesn't want me to go to the next one. Okay, let's get rid of my base. How are we doing this up here? Oh, look, we are actually referencing. Okay. Put my base back. Because we are doing the full path there. Let's just copy this one. This is my base. Options, tuple. And then this one is my base. My base. Let's try that. Fully qualifying the name there. Still didn't like it. Let's just do options type like that. And then this is options type. My base. I really don't like it. It really doesn't like it. Oh, because it's options table. Oh, maybe actually it's because we're doing it on the wrong one. Put it here. Right, cool. Let's see if this works. I have a bit of a better feeling about this. Ooh, that's good. The names are still not working though. But anyway, we can have condition set 0. Condition set 1. Two, 3, 4, 5. And we just need more my bases. Optional. True. So that's my base. Okay, that's better. Except names is not working. We do have type there, and it is just a type. Why isn't names working though? Whoops, that was the wrong thing. So that worked. This does not. So it like works in a loop, but not out of a loop. We could just put like oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Options 3. So it uses ID. Does name actually need to be there? Yeah. obviously just doesn't work with them. So if we just add more options, we'll need to actually change this. Saving it. Yeah, we need to work on saving it. We can leave that in for now. Just don't know what the distance field is though, so this layer distance field thing is the distance field pointer to do. Save this using the content cache. Okay, so the sprite sheet light layer needs a get distance field. And that's got to go return cc get texture distance field path asset uses ID. Okay, well, we'll just do a constructor for this because this is fine. Asset uses ID layer. Is it just ID? Does this have an ID? This ID, yeah. And then image belongs to editor. We might change that to asset belongs to editor. Path. So that's it. That'll return the distance field. Given the editor. Well, I cannot believe that built. So we'll just rebuild everything because we are definitely using the distance field texture. We might rename this to asset belongs to editor as well rather than image. There we go. So let's just rename that. Let's get distance field this. Whoops. Doing here. So this is actually generating the distance field. So this is kind of where it needs to save it to the disk actually. So this actually needs the output path. It's not copying. And then we just want to go, we want to actually save it to the output path, which happens here somewhere. We actually need to do this. Oh, the light file as well. The light file does still need to be there. Should we be reading that in as well? Should be. So the light file, that's reading and writing the light file. That's basically it. If we generate it, we just write it to the output path. So that's in the sprite sheet editor. And that is just distance field path. So I'm thinking actually that this should we should just do create a light file as well here and write that to the disk. That'll be the next thing. distance field. So if auto distance field equals light dot get distance field, where are we? We're in the game board editor. So that is an editor, I believe. It's not. Ooh. Needs to be though. Oh, where the hell am I writing? It's this editor. Oh, I've messed some up there. I've done. It's better. So this is doing content cache. Add texture. So the distance field ID is the layers ID. Now is the source light ID. Wonder why I need distance field ID. Wonder why we need that. We'll leave it like that anyway. Let's just do to do. Can we remove this? 99.3%. It's that last 1%, isn't it? Takes ages. Doing well though. Bit of reverse engineering. Oh, cool. Not so much code. Oh yeah. Just trying to get your head around it all. Get your head around it all. Alright, while it's building, I'm just going to get a glass of water. It's really hot today, so I'm going to have some water. All right. Okay, so in theory, we're loading now the distance field for the light. It's being loaded in the content cache. I mean, it worked. Editor asset types. Texture. So this is the light file. Coming from the sprite sheet editor. And then if I just close that, it should go away. Calls release, which releases to residency. There we go. Cool, that's great. So let's now worry about why we've got this. Let's just delete it. Well, before we do that, actually, whoops. Let's check in before we do anything too destructive. And we'll delete this distance field ID thing. Yeah, and here this is actually loading the light file. So it's loading the light offset. Okay. So the next asset we're going to tackle is the light file for this. Yeah, maybe so we. So the board sprite lighting layer, that ID could possibly be the other ID. Wherever we transfer them over here. So it'd be like .id equals source light.id, like that. And that's just 0. And that goes away. And this is just light ID, which is much nicer. And then this becomes light.distance field path. Have a level distance field which has the texture in it. So actually copying the texture over there. Using the content cache. And this is asset. What's it? So it uses ID, light ID. Okay, so this level, so it's a texture view, which is interesting. The separate ID. Just go back. So it's a texture view, but this texture will go out of scope. We're reading it. Directly into that texture, so it's textures. Okay, so this might be nice. We can have an option to actually read it. We could leave it, just leave it, you know, because we're reading it actually into a different texture. Yeah, we'll leave it, we'll leave it. So I do want to wonder why we have this thing called a level distance field, which has got an ID and a texture view. Oh, it's probably because the texture's not loaded yet. So we still need to know its ID. This content cache, this is the original content cache. That's actually going anyway. That's going to get deleted. Quick look at all these places. That's just one place. Where this distant field ID. One place left anyway. All right. So that looks fine. So we'll check that in. And then what we want to do is also the light file. The light file needs that's a separate asset, that. With the extension .light. So light file being a struct. So I think so if we go to the content, what is it? Editor content, editor asset types, we need to make a light file. As the extension .light. And then we need to do a construct and destroy one. Take away this test option now. Got a couple of different options. So here's the thing, the light file it's a very lightweight thing. We're seeing some similarities, like I reckon pretty much all of them are gonna want this is old. So we might take that away. And we define a never grows old instead. So I might do that after the light file. Is old is probably the default case. So there should instead be and never grows old. Things that are in memory forever. Okay, so this is actually light file. So you actually have to include wherever the light file is. Which I think is in the sprite sheet editor. Seems to be building all right so far. So how do we construct a light file? It's like, so we have this thing, I wrote something in text serialization. So read type from text file. So this is a text file, so it's a read type from text file, path p-new, returns a bool. So it's if that doesn't have an ID, so we'll just say hash 64 p-new name. Like that. Destroying it don't need to do anything. Yeah, I mean, if it belongs to an editor, so this actually could be put in a scope further up. This is probably going to be in most of them as well, if not all of them. basically there, isn't it? So we're going to say at the end of the frame, we'll get the assets where with that ID. If the asset belongs to the editor, we get the editor window. If the editor's open, we don't want to destroy it. We'll destroy it from there. Oops. And that means in here, all these can go away now. And we don't need, that's it. So there's the light file. So here we have the light file there in memory. That's kind of gone away now. So what we need in text serialization is struct write type template class type static bool text file. Just return bytes written. Yeah. I say if builder gets size bytes. Return true. Yeah. I didn't. It probably should be false, really. There's no file made on disk. Okay. So we need to write out the light file now here. So we need to do light file. And then we need to do write type. Write type text file light path light file. Like that. That is just type path. Awesome. Okay, so the light needs a get light file. Get light file. Which is just return cc get light file, light path, light file path. That's it, belongs to editor, get current path. That's it. That's the get light file. Hash. Probably fine. Depends if you do want to hash the actual light file in there. I think possibly we should put radius in here. For the hash. So, because the hash is probably... No, we'll leave it. We'll see if we get it because there's a problem. That's like if we regenerate a new light and it has a different radius, the editor won't know that the light is different. But it might be okay. So we want to get the distance field. And the light. If light file and distance field. Oof. Yeah, we do need the light file. So we actually do need an iEditor here. here's the thing, we could just load the light file straight away. Let's go to the content cache again, where we actually destroy one. If we don't say it gets old, it never goes away. And then we don't have to associate it with an editor. I think that's the way we'll do it. And then you have to destroy it. Doesn't do anything anyway. Still want that comment though. So the light file just stays in memory forever. That's what that means. What that means is the get light file doesn't actually need to be associated with an editor anymore, because it never goes away. They're only very small. You know, like distance fields are like multiple megabytes. So this is just get light file. And this is get light file name. Okay. Right. Oh, look. Do you want a const version of that? Maybe. See how that fares. Yeah, that's not gonna work, I don't think. Just means that these can't be const, which is unfortunate. I don't think name's actually a function either. Okay. Same here. If flight file and distance field. Okay. So we do have the light file path. So I wonder if offset can go. Here we are reading in the light. So this actually has a light file in it, which we can go as well. So the offset's gone. I wonder why name has to be in the actual light file. I think it's because name comes from the PSD layer. So in theory, if you change the name of the PSD layer, you need to change the name of this. The source light ID is the layer ID, which comes from the distance field. Yeah, that's why. Okay, so the offset has to come from the light file. here as well. So this is game board content using the old content cache. So we're going to go auto distance field equals cc get texture light dot distance field path auto light file equals cc get light file light dot light file path, and then we're going to say if distance field and light file hey, all right. Same here. CC get light texture. So actually, maybe here as well on board sprite lighting. We need a octref texture get distance field yeah, cup of tea be awesome. Thank you.
It will be awesome. Just
An octref light file, get light file. We need both of those really. Oh, come on, Visual Studio. What are you doing? Visual Studio's crashed. Oh dear. So here is the thing. It's quite similar to the sprite sheet lighting layer as well. Well, keep them different. So let's return cc get texture. Distance field path. So it belongs to editor. Editor dot get current path. And that's just return cc get light file path. All right. Equals lights dot get distance field. And we want the editor to be passing an editor. We do not. So we don't know the editor. Okay, so game board content needs to know. Or we can tie it to game board. We can have another option which is like is part of game board content. Does game board content actually have Thank you. Very kind. Get path. Board path. Different type of path. Does this have file it comes from? So it has an ID. So who's using game board content? Quite a lot of people. Game board content editor. There's a lot of work here to do with game board contents are just like all of the things inside a level, but it's also all the things inside a prefab. Okay, so content cache, the old content cache must load all the game board contents. Okay. So So this thing called game board editor, which is not an editor, unfortunately. It doesn't inherit from editor. And I think the old content cache makes these. Just add game board. And then it does game board content. Has game board path content in it. So we call initialize game board content. Yeah, this might need big work. First thing we need to do is game board content needs to know what file it came from. So I think the easiest way to do this would be to have a constructor which just passed in the actual path for now. I need to actually find the. Here we go. What do we call this in iEditor? Path's kind of a bad name. We'll call it path on disk. Like this, and then we need to make a string called path on disk. Like this. And that can go in the source file. So this will just show where we're trying to create them. Hopefully. So we're doing one for each room there. And then we're setting the game, but reloading in the game board content. All this can be done with the new content cache. So I think what I'm going to do is, rather than do the multi-threaded version, get rid of that. So this is read type from text file. Room files are path. So we want to do game bar content dot in place room files r.path. And then this is game bar content index like this. All right. No appropriate constructor found, it says. So we've got a tier array of game bar content. Right. I honestly don't think we need that. And this is this, I think. Whoa, something's happened there. We've lost our shader debug tool. We wanted to start building light in there. That's a bit weird. Oh, I know why. In the wrong build. I think we actually need to go through the game board content and have a look at before we start doing this distance field stuff. We can get the light file. It's the one that's failing. What file is that in? Default level generator. Is contents, game board content and path. It's here. So this doesn't have, it's because this doesn't have the default constructor. I think that's fine now. I think we can put the default constructor back in there without a path. So we need to go through all of this. Just for like assets on disk. I think a lot of these should be not in relation to any assets. Like there should be no images here or anything like that. Board sound, so they're all relative to the paths rather than the actual assets. So that has it, the board alpha mask. Okay, let's just make a quick note then. Burrs, pond. Yeah, I think it's probably worth, because that's got a distance field as well. So we're going to go through all this and remove any references to images or textures. There's only a couple I could see. Okay, so let's have a look at image first. We really want to, actually, it needs to be in current project. I might actually search for his image space. Will that work? Yes. Composite image source. This is to do with the level generator, so I won't do that. Won't mess with that. No generators. So only really as editors. So this is there's a distance field here. So it looks like im2 just needs to get saved to disk somewhere. So it's this. So we'll sort out this one first. So board pond. So we have something called ponds.distance field path. And it's called distance field, so I'm thinking we should call that IMF32. What had a pond in it? Test room had a pond in it. Ponds, there we go. So that's the pond path. So this is to write to file. Was it IMF32 writer? Distance field path. And the width and the height need to go. And the distance field. So what we want is we want get distance field. So we've got save as well. Don't think we need save. Load us generate points. So we do need load, we don't need save. Who's calling load? So this is just call this generate points. And we'll get rid of load. Get rid of that. Okay. So we want get distance field. We do want to tie it to something though. We'll say iEditor. See if we can get away with doing that. Does this have an ID? Yeah, so we can do it with ID. We can say cc get texture distance field path set uses ID set belongs to editor get path. I wonder if asset belongs to editor really needs just do that and get rid of that one. Awesome. So now we can get the distance field. Don't need to load it from memory. Get rid of that. Yeah, we'll leave them in because that looks pretty complicated. It. So get resident texture handle. So I'm going to go auto distance field cc well equals pond get distance field. Just distance field like that. So this is for the editor as well. Oh. Okay, we'll remove that. For now. So that's not const anymore. Where are we now? So this is just distance field height. Append ponds. Oh, look. Okay, so this is relying on no, this is just doing a copy. This is okay. I'm gonna say this is relying on it staying alive. This is actually doing a copy into textures, which is fine. Right, let's move on. Yeah, I'm baking today. It's hot. Okay, so hopefully that's everywhere that uses the distance fields for the ponds. Unfortunately, probably can't test it because the editor's probably very broken now. Try it. Or we can just keep going. So let's just open the test room. I know the test room, I'm pretty sure that has a pond in it. Oof. Okay. What we're looking for, a light file. Light file path is empty. So where did it actually... It broke on get extension. So it couldn't, in the test room, it couldn't load the light path, apparently. Light path is empty, look. Distance field path is the wrong path. Interesting. So what would that be in? Okay, so I think what I might do is just remove. Well, that should be. Now we're guarding against it. We should try and see if you can just run the level with that file. Yeah, the pond is gone. Let's try and make another one. No, it is there. It's just not rendering. There's some weird stuff going on there. The grass. Sorting of the grass. Something's happening there with the rendering of the pond. Let's just move. Let's just resave it. I wonder actually if we need to just rename this IMF32. So IMF32, unfortunately, it's a different type of file. Okay. So we need to just delete this pond. So where's the pond? So no ponds. Thank you. Oops. All right. So let's just try and make one. It was about there, wasn't it? Okay, so it's not actually showing me any pond. So we've got that ponds file. She didn't save. Didn't save it. Okay. Let's have a look why it didn't save that anyway. So I'm assuming it's in here. So this is the algorithm that we use to generate the ponds. So I'll generate points. So go for a while over here. We do some weird stuff here with images. Going through all the pixels, and we're going to write to file. Did that work? No idea. Levels, but rooms test. Okay, so it's probably because might be because the directory is not there, but I'm sure that should take into account create the directories. Doesn't work. Oh. So this needs to go turn equals buff. Get size. And that is because we need to do directory or path. What is it? Directory ensure exists path. Like that. Directory is not found. Okay. Probably because it's interesting, I must have deleted the code that made the path. Made the actual directories in the path. I think all these if zeros they're just different stages of me making this. I think it just makes an alpha mask and a distance field of alphas. These are just different stages of the algorithm just to write out images to make sure that so you can look at all the different stages of the algorithm working. Trish Fake, hey, how's it going? I'm doing alright, thanks. Just putting in a content cache, which means, you know, like all of the editor's files that it needs and stuff. It's just a bit more, it's just a way to manage them all. Making sure that there's only one in memory at once, and it'll eventually lead to a pretty good hot loading system, hopefully. That's what I'm thinking. Do I know microcontrollers? Not really, no. Unfortunately. I did a little bit. A long time ago, though. Made a guitar tuner a long time ago. But not really, no. Is that the stuff that you're on? You're working with microcontrollers. Okay, so this should just ensure the directory exists, which it does now. That returned true, so we have our pond. There we go, so we got it back. So that isn't regenerating the points though. Because that's why we haven't done the hot loader system. So when we save this file, the hot loader should kick in and refresh the contents of what's in memory. Yeah, which doesn't happen yet. info. What do you usually use? So I'll look on Stack Overflow for things like if I'm having difficulty with something in a language like C++, I'll have a look and see what other people have done. Don't really use GitHub for, you know, learning. Apart from to like maybe look how someone's done something, but not very often really. But yeah, Stack Overflow mostly. But I don't use it very much, to be honest. Usually if I'm stuck on like I want to do something in the language in C++ and I don't know how to do it, or I've forgotten how to do it. Nothing really like algorithmically, you know what I mean? Nothing for algorithms. Okay, cool. So the hotload. So what? When I was redrawing out the pond there, and it wasn't updating or saving by the looks of things. Maybe I didn't save it. So when I was doing this, it's meant to actually, the pond's meant to fit around this white line. That's because the hot loader's not working yet. So we'll make that work. It would be a good place to hook in the hot loader now. I think there's just too much to do for the rest of the... so that's ponds anyway, the rest of the assets. My main field, I suppose, is game technology, game engines, C++, graphics, stuff like that, rather than microcontroller stuff. Okay. Let's keep going then. So this is a thumb tile using a texture. Sound icon, content cache. So this is to do with the content browser's thumb tile having a texture. We have data path, content path. I don't know what the difference is. We might do, then we might go for this. So I'll just check in where we are. And then I'll stop that because it's taking ages. Remove this texture. We'll do opt-ref texture, get texture. Just need to know whether it's data path or content path. It's probably content path. So I should return cc get texture. This isn't on disk though, is it? Hang on. Need to understand a little bit more how this works. So So this is the content browser. Initialize. And it calls load content. Calls load sprite sheet content. Create sprite sheet content. Get tile content, data path. So have a quick look then at this. So I'm thinking possibly we have this thing called compiled content browser. It's some of this collision and thumb tile. So there's a tile file, a thumb tile file, and a collision tile file. So it must be the thumb tile. What that texture is. Should really probably just start out as an image though. And then we could look at them all. I didn't even get called. Load sprite sheet content. Okay, so it's this. Thumb path. To draw content. Draw sprite sheet content. Get tile content, so it's kind of here. Okay, so what's that loaded? I want to know how this gets loaded. How does texture get loaded? It's nothing to do with here, because it's Sticky Mimosa. Cool username. Thanks for the follow. Got any questions? Just ask, no problem. Nothing too exciting going on at the moment, really. Just working on kind of like formalizing the asset types across the engines editor, really. Which means so there's like this thing called a .thumb tile, which is an asset. It's on disk. Now I want kind of a centralized asset kind of database, really. I've called the content cache. And I do have one, but it was only for specific types of content, and like adding new content types into it was quite complicated. So I'm going through and I'm making a proper version that will control all of the content. And then that will eventually lead on to quite a robust hot loading system, hopefully, because we'll have one thing that has all of the content and we'll have everything else just getting stuff from that content. So if it gets reloaded for some reason, it'll get the new one. It's the idea. I just want to know how these thumbnails are being loaded. How are the thumbnails being loaded? Might be there. Hang on, let's just... I've got the JMC turned off. I'm stepping into all sorts of weird code. Here we go, we're loading something here. So the thumb tile. We're doing a copy. So that texture's not there yet. How is this working? Okay, I think we'll just have to go all the way from initialize and just see. So content browser has in it, does it have a bunch of thumb tiles? Thumb tiles. So let's just see when that gets added in. Where are they? So looking at the wrong thing there. Oh, it's called tile content. Tile content, where are you? There. So let's just break when that changes. Here. So who's going to load this texture? Texture is empty still. Ooh, Dragon, hey, how's it going? Going all right. It's I'm just slowly working through getting this asset database, this content cache working. I just want to know where this texture is. Thumb tile. Must be actually in it's in the content browser. No idea how this texture is getting loaded. Can't figure it out. Here we go. Use tile content. There we go. Ugh, my neck. So, this is a DDS texture. Load from memory DDS texture reader. So why aren't we writing this? That's a DDS file. Prefab.thumbtile. I might change these to DDS files. So let's just if we can. Just to save them in the right way though. Create sprite sheet tile content. So it's doing write to memory. To this buffer. And then it's going writing the buffer to file. Write contents to file. Because it's compressing it again. Weirdly. Okay, let's not do that. Let's just do file write binary, get tile path, tile buffer, get data, buffer, get size. Must be just doing that to save disk space. Let me do if you want to do that. Okay. So it can actually load it now because we've stopped decompressing. So if you have a DDS file, that'll load in there. No. None of them are. Okay. Well, let's just keep him as oops. So what did we rename? What did we actually call these? Can't remember now. Thumb tiles, and we'll have that as an asset. I think that's probably the best thing to do. Then we've got .collision tile, .thumb tile. So we do use tile content. That's where we're putting it in the texture. Okay, so all that means is let's try and just do thumb tiles with this new content cache. What was it? Editor asset types. It means that textures can also be thumb tile like that. So this is like actually managing what is and isn't loaded. So actually the content cache is going to do this for us now. we don't actually need this type of thing. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to actually, on the texture loader, now we need to go path, get extension. If x is equal to IMF32, we do this. Else, if x is equal to dot thumbtile basically something like this. That's the path. Like that. So we can just do this, get rid of that. And then this will just return pnew ID. So if it's IMF32, we do that. If it's a thumbtile, we do that. So this now, this texture goes away. And it's the data path, which is not the best name. We've got release tile content there. So we're going to get rid of those because we don't actually need these now. Who's calling used? So all this is really doing now is setting this input box. But the main thing is we've gotten rid of texture, which means we can just get it from the content cache now. So thumbtile, we need, so firstly, all this needs to go into texture release. So we don't need a release or a destructor, which is good. I'm going in a few minutes, yeah. Don't know. No plans. I will, yeah. No problem. Yeah. Okay. That even need is loaded. Or the operator bool either. This simplifies it quite a lot actually, which is good. Sprite brush, get texture. So thumbtail needs a get texture. All that does is turn cc get texture data path. Like that. So that is just return content, get texture. Get texture. Is loaded content, doesn't have an is loaded anymore. Get storage. Where did get storage go? There. Don't actually want to do that one. All right, cool. So I wonder why we want to know if it's loaded or not. If sprite brush. Don't think we even need that. That's const. Right, I'm gonna have to head off, guys. 3 minutes to 5. But I'll be back next Tuesday. So it was a good stream. All this stuff's gonna take a few weeks. It's quite a lot of work actually. But it will mean everything will be hot loaded everywhere. And memory footprint will be kept low, which is what we want. Take care, yeah. My Fu Manchu.